Morning, it's 9:14. We will now begin the meeting of the Texas Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners. May I have the floor?
Present.
Kreiner, present. Samantha Mixon,
Present.
Randall Scaggs.
Here.
Michael White,
Present.
Sue Allen,
Present.
Victoria Whitehead,
Present.
Raquel Olivier.
She is unable to attend. The meeting, our next item is citizen comments. Mrs. Katipa, would you like to begin? I'm sorry.
Can I drag it here?
And as you recall, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Heather Katiba. I think myself. My name is Heather Katiba. Good morning. I'm here today to put a name to a face. I've had an extensive experience here with this agency. On our agenda today, we have 2 items, both which in some way pertain to me. Texas Open Meetings Act gives me the right to discuss anything that is on the agenda. This is the first time in how many years that I've had experience right, that my students get into public spotlight. On engagement today, I do not understand. Mostly because I don't understand because this was never addressed while it was going on. I had 3 separate cases involving the same licensee that also is on our agenda today, as we are all aware, has resulted in significant legal action outside of even my sphere. My inclination of coming to this agency initially was truly to ask for your help when I experienced something that was so outside of the normally veterinary medicine that I really didn't know how to put words to, but I knew that it was not okay. That experience led nowhere, or my reaching for help led nowhere. I could not have been more disappointed in this agency. Did not have asked for help in any more obvious different ways. I believe that the failures resulting ended up in additional harm that we are now all experiencing. In fact, I think that what we see here is a great big dumpster fire. And the question is, was it preventable? Was it preventable? And here's the interesting thing. At the end of the day, I wonder, after going to the district, state, board meetings, the Supreme Court asking for people's help and bring things to attention. Somebody who is also, may I remind you, a member of the veterinary community, but I'm dedicating my life and my time to, my personal energy. It took a great deal of sacrifice for me to come forward. And instead, got the old adage of let's just bury the problem. I don't even know how to explain the level of betrayal that I felt, not only from the licensee that I trusted, the most important part of my life to. When I turn around and I go to this agency and I ask for your help, not because it's going to benefit me, but because I see something that is so important
Thank
to
you,
speak
Mrs.
up,
Katiba.
that I ask for you to protect others. In the answer was just lazy.
Thank you. Before we move on to our next, I want to make sure you all both saw the other 2 written comments that we all have seen emailed to us last night. Ms. Sinclair.
Cherokee, but not the same one.
Okay.
Good morning, my name is Judy Sontier.
The board and its staff will act in accordance with the highest standards of ethics, accountability, efficiency, and openness. That's a quote from this agency's website. I haven't seen any of those since Senator Kirk Watson spoke out against the failures of this agency in December 2016. There is no transparency, which the 2016 sunset called for. This agency does not post board meeting agendas on its website, and no meeting materials are given until long after a meeting and only by public information request. Even the minutes are no longer available to the public, just video. How are we to see board orders when the only thing the video shows is rapid fire rubber stamping of case numbers? Over the last 6 years, and in spite of a new and supposedly upgraded database, all board orders are still not posted, and the licensee lookup tool continues to say no to discipline when it should be yes. No details at all are given to victims who file complaints after their beloved pets were injured or killed by veterinarians. This was an issue Governor Abbott, when he was the Attorney General, ordered that veterinarian responses should be given to victims, but today they aren't. It's no surprise that complaint numbers are increasing, and I think that indicates the board's decision to use education instead of meaningful disciplinary action is not working. I recently filed a public information request for the numbers of veterinarians in the peer review program. That information used to be routinely provided in the board minutes. Instead, this agency now wrongly claims those numbers are confidential and requests a ruling from the Attorney General's office. I also filed a public information request for the names of veterinarians whose contested cases should be in the State Office of Administrative Hearings, but was denied that information too. This agency has not filed a case in 3 years until the recent one against Ashley Watts. Inspections are rarely done now. This is for veterinarians who do not report their controlled substance to the prescription monitoring program like other groups do. This was a big concern of Sunset in 2016. It looks like another way to block transparency since inspection data is public information. That's dangerous, not only for the public and our pets, but also for veterinarians and their staff. We deserve a state agency that's working to ensure Texas consumers are not exploited and subjected to deceptive practices that harm and kill our beloved pets. There are some good veterinarians out there, but they are difficult to find because this agency is hiding the bad ones among the good. Due to consolidation, it's becoming more necessary than ever that this board act to ensure a quality standard of care by using meaningful disciplinary actions, including revocations of those for those veterinarians who clearly should not be practicing. Without accountability and transparency, this agency cannot protect the 17 million Texans who love their pets. Thank you.
Ms. Ware?
Good morning. 2016, my husband and I filed with the board against a high-profile veterinary surgeon. He used our dog Lightning without our knowledge or permission as a study subject for a new bone-cutting cruciate surgery devised by one of his colleagues. Lightning suffered unnecessary and avoidable harms. He engaged the board to help mitigate similar risks to others, especially since the surgeon's practice reportedly performed more cruciate surgeries than anywhere else in the country. The evidence, including an independent specialist review obtained by the board, fully supported our allegations, yet our complaint was dismissed. Following the Sunset Commission's 2016 smackdown, I had high hopes for reform and subsequently filed an appeal and 2 more complaints. But they were also grossly mismanaged, including by sitting members of this board. Little did I know my experience with the complaint process was just the tip of the iceberg. In addition to regulating less, if at all, this board forced transparency at every turn and otherwise poorly serves the citizens of Texas. While preparing my Texas Ethics Commission complaint regarding the board president's conflicts of interest, I rewatched the Sunset December 2020 hearing. The board president proudly spoke to her greater than usual involvement, recreating the board and hiring the executive director, while he spoke to his hard work in getting the board where it is today. I would argue where it is today is objectively worse. I don't think there's any question that regulation, transparency, and public protections have sharply declined during their administration. Please see my handout for irrefutable proof. In contrast, this board is benefiting the profession in virtually all actions and inactions. Some examples include suppressing historically released public information to help shield violative licensees from scrutiny, quietly facilitating changes to statute and rule that advance veterinary interests, and permitting license surrender or retirement as a more gracious option than discipline. Half a dozen board representatives have even shamelessly traveled around the state for meet and greets with licensees, with the goal of helping the board help them. Never mind the fact that this could be accomplished with a single inexpensive webinar in which the public could easily participate. Never mind the fact that we are now in the third round of these meetings during the past 4 years. Never mind the fact that much more important board priorities have been neglected. Never mind the fact that the profession already has an advocacy association, and this board is meant to advocate for the public. I will close with the same quote that I used in my citizen comments more than 5 years ago, not realizing how prophetic it would be. Quote, if you give people power without oversight, it's a prescription for abuse, end quote. That applies not only to the profession you are supposed to regulate, but also to board staff and your fellow board member colleagues. We, the pet-loving people of Texas, need good veterinarians, and we deserve a good board. Do better or resign.
Thank you, Ms. Ware. And I'm told that we have a public comment via our. And bring her in. I don't know. This is Christina Rios de Lumbreras. Give a public comment. Is that back meeting too? Oh, that's back. Is she muted or? Ms. Rios de Lumbreras, are you there? Can you hear us? Oh, message, something.
She says, I'm having trouble with my video cam. Can you please give me a minute?
Okay, yes. Audio, can we at least do audio? Usually they're more general. Do we know what the issues are, Patricia?
Sent her a message asking if she had audio.
So would we move it to like later in the meeting? Or later next week?
I don't know, if Tricia, can see if we can get her on the phone. Or she wants to send in her comments. Now.
I think that we pull up the remainder of public comment until it's time appropriate.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. So we let her know we're gonna hold off until move on with our meeting, and if she gets through, I guess, to contact you, or maybe we can do audio at least at some point.
So due to the citizens' comments, I move that we take the agenda items out of order and take agenda item number 16 and 18 and go directly to executive session pursuant to local government code 551.074A2 and 551.07.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we're moving to item number 16 and going into
16 and 18.
I'll ask citizens to remove themselves, please. It is 9:33. We are entering into
Just a second.
Okay. Okay. It is 11:27. We are ending closed session and no decisions were made in closed session. We will return back to our agenda, which was item number 3. We need to move on with that agenda item. Okay. Executive Director's report.
As you have before you the executive director's report, this is the same report I sent you a month ago, with the exception of agency meetings in both Corpus Christi and Laredo. Corpus Christi wasn't well attended, but Laredo was well attended. And we had a lot of good feedbacks from the licensees that were there. A lot of it revolved around controlled substances and opioid security questions related to that type of issues. The rest of the information there is what you have already been provided last month. Just to highlight some staff changes, we brought in a new employee, Sarah Foran, who started as an admin assistant with Valerie Mitchell's departure from the agency, quickly moved over to assist in legal with Mr. Hargis. And so she welcomed her to the agency. We also had a recommendation from our LBT committee that went out and recruited and referred an investigator to us for our Dallas office. And so Mr. Jack Eli has joined us as an investigator team, thanks to the chair of the LBT committee for going out and doing the hard work on that. And then you've already met John Hargis, who you've been dealing with as our general counsel. Next, you'll see the graphs of where we're at on agency financials. You'll see we're well under spending this year. Some of that is because we have a move next month or in June into the new building, and so there's quite a bit of purchasing that has to be done to furnish that building. So we'll fill that gap. I included a detailed analysis in the back of the packet that breaks down where that pie chart gets its information. Next, you'll see our licensing division stats. These are the number of renewals and new licenses that we've issued this fiscal year, as well as our active log for our active counts. Under our enforcement division, you'll see the updated numbers for where we're at for this fiscal year. As of 3/31/22, and so those show. I will say that our enforcement division is continuing to do a good job. We're making a little bit of headway on the cases out. Mr. Hargis doesn't like that because that increases his workload on this side. Then we get to the legal numbers, and I'll let Mr. Hargis kind of talk about these. We compared these to the numbers that were being previously reported within 28 over the last 3 months of being correct. So I'll let Mr. Hargis kind of break down how those numbers are interpreted and how it came about.
All right, so we have currently an entire total of 428 legal cases. Investigated and turned over to legal. So they can be brought forward. The next number I'll give you is that we have, out of the 428, we have 40 cases. See on the pie chart that you have to 40 cases pending staff. I see those are ones that do not require any type of medical expertise, which executive director plan going forward to meet on a weekly basis to extend our increments to discuss these cases and figure out whether two of the 4 of the cases to propose either a proposed reorder or to propose a dismissal, which would then go forward to the next step of the process. Out of the 428 cases, there's 44 cases that are currently pending filing with the state office of administrative hearing, because those cases have already been heard at the formal conference phase, and they did not result in a agreed court order. The next set is 89 cases which are pending board action, which is either for today's date or the next time that we need to apply.
Hold on just a second, I think we're on a typo on the chart. Give me the cases pending, so 44.
44.
We got 27 on this, so that case is pending, so it should be 44. That's right.
The 89 cases that are pending board action, that's either today or in July. It's going to bring that total down a lot after July, and they're probably working on this as well. Right now, we have 228 cases waiting to do a board and formal conference, which requires a medical expertise. So we're going to schedule those. And I would suggest they may take maybe a year to get caught up. So you see my most of the schedule. Next one is 12 pending signatures. These are cases that have gone in front of the formal conference and promised a certain quantity, and we've already sent it out to the respondent of the attorney, and we're still waiting for them to decide a certain amount of time that we give them to return the signature, or and then we set it up for either a warning letter saying that if you don't go and hear back from me again in the next 30 days, we're going to go ahead and file a case, state office administrative hearings. And there's also 15 cases that we have on hold right now because of some sort of outside issue that's happening on hold, such as criminal cases. They're asking us to hold off while the prosecution is going forward on the criminal aspect of the case.
Next in your packet, you've got some.
Mr. Hallenberg,
oh,
do you
yes.
mind if we ask a couple questions,
Go ahead.
Mr. Hargis? Mr. Hargis, we do have a posting, or we will have a posting soon for an assistant staff attorney. Theoretically, is it your intent that the additional attorney will handle the SOA cases to get those addressed in a timely manner?
Absolutely. That's what their main job function will be, to litigate these cases, put them in the court and have the cases heard, as well as settling cases that can be settled before it goes to court. And possibly, how much they can take on at once, but possibly also handling open records requests, because that's quite a bit also.
Mr. Hargis, I'm excited to have you here at the agency. Personally, as a member of the public, I would like to see us really work hard these next couple of months to decrease these numbers, to have measurable input. I know, especially the medical review is a detailed process for the vet members, but for me personally, I'd like to see that 1 year be shorter in terms of the 228 pending IC. And I understand that takes me away from my job too. So I would like to see you develop a plan of action and maybe look at some best practices of how we can handle those in a more efficient and timely manner. You know, kind of questioning, do we need a full hour? What does it look like? But I'd really like to see those get addressed a little bit more expediently.
We've actually shortened our IC units, so we're doing more per day, but we're having trouble getting all the veterinarians on the IC panel to have matching schedules.
I appreciate that. I hope us as a board can work together to try to make that a priority, to really get that shrunk down so that we can then transition to other agency priorities.
Next, you have some comments that came into us following our Laredo visit from the licensees that we met with there, so you can see some comments there. The next is the breakdown that supports the pie chart, and the last one is the licenses issued since our last meeting. So those are any questions that
Robert, I noticed one of the questions I had, some of our service ratings have been pretty poor on social media. But one of the things that I did notice was that we accepting nominations for DVM technicians, students, or clinics of the week for recognition. Whose idea was that? How much time does that take our staff to do?
So that was an initiative by our new employee. As far as I know, we didn't receive any, but that was her initiative that she jumped out there and was being proactive on.
I'm not sure about the other board members, but I would prefer us not to do things like that. That's not really our realm. What we need to do.
I agree, sir. We'll take care of that.
Anything further, any further questions? On to item number 4, strategic planning.
Madam Chair, I'd like to table, I move that we table item 4.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Item 5, discussion regarding LVTs taking the controlled substance course. Ms. Allen brought this up.
Yes, just because it's not uncommon for technicians under the doctor's order and practice to handle those substances, oversee dispensing those that are allowed. And I think it would be beneficial for us as LVTs to also have it training and awareness, just for help with compliance issues and practices. We also are charged with supervising those under us, making sure that, we're up to speed on what is required and expected, so we can help manage that in practice. As a board member, we do see concerns with having our logs tracked. And I think having this course would be informative, beneficial for us. Support that.
So Tapper, can you address that? I know you've done some education work on the opioids, and I think it's open to who?
We have opened it to the DVMs, practice managers, LVTs, vet assistants. We've had a number of vet techs and vet assistants. So
Can we
anybody
make it
within,
required like we have with veterinarians for LVTs?
I think that would call for legislation or rule to require it, but we've certainly opened the door. We've had many.
Okay, I'm sorry, I wasn't aware of that, so thank you, I'll share that.
I was gonna say, I'm sure it's open to them and I'm sure they get their credit hours through the course. That's why I was wondering if you wanted it to be required. I think in our state, LVTs have a benefit, or maybe, I don't know, and it would be good to hear from the committee ultimately on a report of what LVTs want. Do they want to be standalone, but still in our state, the DVM is still responsible for all employees, including LVTs. So I think LVTs are semi-protected that way, whether we want that or not, but I know that they are able to take the course, and I'm sure their employee could require them to take the course if they're the ones in the box. But yeah, I would like to hear some discussion in the LVT committee regarding that. Thank you, Sue Ellen. Any further discussion? Okay. Item number 6, Dr. Kreiner, cease and desist orders.
Yeah, I seem to bring this up either every or every other board meeting. And since we have a new general counsel, I thought it would be a good idea
Okay.
to review cease and desist orders that go out to people, non-veterinarians, practicing vet medicine without a license. And basically what your plan is for this, for us, because we get a lot of veterinarians that have lay people in their area practicing vet medicine, doing dentals if they're equine, if they're claiming to be dentists, they go to the dental schools, but they haven't taken the test to become an equine dental provider. Or they are an LVT who, or used to be an LVT, or worked in a clinic, they now work in a boarding facility, and they're giving vaccines to allow the animals to board. We find people that are doing surgical procedures in their garages on dogs, doing ear cropping. And so how are you planning to help us proceed with dealing with that aspect? Because we'll send those out when we find them, but I don't know that we follow up on them. And is there a way we can find them initially? And then if they don't pay an initial fine, come back and find them more.
How we would actually find that, the ones that are doing that?
Right, I mean, we could do an initial fine of $1,000 at the time that we write the first cease and desist. Is that possible? And if it's an administrative
As
penalty.
a board, that would be our discussion. and
I think you would need to have a complaint come in, and
Yeah.
then it would need to be investigated.
Yep.
And you said,
That's how we do it.
fine.
Well, not,
Fine.
yeah, an administrative penalty. Once they've discovered that it is an issue.
So I think with the administrative penalties for non-licensees, it's a little bit of a tough road. One, because we don't really have a reason to enforce that since they're not a licensee. They don't, they're not really under our jurisdiction. That's why the cease and desist cases, you would send that out to them to alert them that they're not in compliance with the Veterinary Act. One provides notice to them if they weren't aware of it. They must be licensed before they start doing these practice acts that are required to have a license first. And so once you put them on notice, if they continue, if we received another complaint, or investigator went out and saw that they're still effectively practicing without a license, then you could proceed to take that to Travis County and try and hold them in contempt. So that would be the process. And if someone's in contempt, then of course you can fine them, but also held in a jail until they agree to comply. So I still think that unless there was some egregious harm, carrying some of these things out, unless there's a complaint with a lot of documented harm, I don't know how far we would actually get with a judge trying to enforce some of that. But of course, if there was someone who habitually did this, was injuring or maiming several animals, then I think they would have a real case. But the best thing to do would be to, anytime you know of someone doing something unlicensed, to send those cease and desist and then follow up to see if they're in compliance or not, and then take further action. But getting back to the original point about a fine initially, I think that it's unlikely they're going to comply. And I don't know that you would be successful pursuing that so unnecessarily.
So, Ms. Kelly, because I don't recall them announcing when you came that you're from the Attorney General's of Texas office, you're not with the staff, so you're providing advice as a member of the Attorney General's office
Yes.
of Texas, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, on an interim basis.
Right.
Now that Mr. Hargis is here, I think today is my last day.
Okay, thank you.
So then, how much the cease and desist orders, I understand what kind of a backlog, or how much power do they have for us?
Again, it puts someone on notice, but the real power is in carrying it out. So you have to provide that notice first, so you're not in compliance with the law. And then pursuing it, continue to disregard the cease and desist.
Pursuing it is taking it to a district attorney.
Finding them repeated it again, meaning someone has to complain on the same person, or we need to be investigating, like watching this person to catch them a second time. and then still
A
pursue
pattern
it.
would help before, so that this wasn't a one-time thing that is causing harm.
So then the other question is it only if they cause harm, or is it because they're practicing vet medicine without license?
Well, both are problematic, but I think to convey the gravity of the situation, harm is always helpful to proving that there was a violation.
Well, there usually is, they're not veterinarians, so.
So, I mean, you gave several examples. One is an LD tech giving vaccine.
But is that harmful?
That's why I said I wouldn't necessarily go forward with that, so, because if someone does have that previous experience, while it's technically incorrect, I don't know that they would see that as an egregious harm. And so what I would recommend instead is maybe, issuing the cease and desist when they want to persist and continue to offer the service. It would be better to get them back in the fold and re-license.
It wouldn't be about relicensing them. It would be about them practicing outside of a veterinary clinic.
It's people that were never
It's-
licensed and have no.
Right,
Right, so
It's
so
just
you gave
people
a number of examples, the board had example, and I think you said they were previous.
some are, some aren't.
But if they're unlicensed and they're doing surgeries, I think there's another example, obviously that isn't acceptable, that seems very harmful for someone who doesn't have the experience and training required to do that.
Any further discussion? Okay. Moving on to item number 7, discussion of staff conference orders and the board's disposition of those.
Okay. I was referring to a period of time in which we had agreed to allow staff to take on more of the non-medical reviews. But we have often brought some of those back into medical review after looking at them. And with our being a bit short-staffed, and in order to see if we could move the process forward to get these cases out of the group that were not completed, I thought we could have or consider or discuss having a secondary IC group that isn't doing the medical reviews, but is reviewing these cases, which won't take as long, because it could be just record keeping. And I thought that it would be a proactive way to get more cases taken care of that wouldn't require the respondent to be in attendance as they aren't in attendance during the staff conferences.
So I would second that, Dr. Kreiner. I think it was a nice experiment. I remember when it was suggested under, I think it was 3 attorneys ago, that it was suggested that we could help out the medical review process by moving the non-medical cases to staff conference, and that way they would be disposed of quickly and efficiently. That has not proven to be the case. And there is a backlog of them, and I also would like to see that brought back to the board, and they work closely with Mr. Hargis, a group that's appointed, and let's dispose of those, those staff medical conferences in a more expedient way. Since we don't have enough staff to the agency right now, I think the board members, we could step up and help fill that position and move them along.
But our board members are having trouble doing our regular ICs. We don't have enough of those scheduled. And I would also like to make another comment. A lot of the cases on the dismissal by staff is that the investigators couldn't follow up with secondary information. And I mean, a lot of them are not truly medical, and I don't have my notes about each one, but I feel like we need to spend our time, unless we're gonna start paying IC panelists, other veterinarians, which I don't think we can afford to do. our veterinarians here on this board, some are doing medical reviews and those can't sit on ICs, either ICs if they've previously seen them. And the rest, we need to be doing these IC cases. I think that's would backlog us more. I understand the intent, but I don't think that's a good idea.
It would be the IC panel would then have to be recused from one group of cases, and then the two board members, and it could be a veterinarian, a public member, and a staff member, just to get them to go through quicker. And it wouldn't take the same amount of time, and it wouldn't be someone that's currently sitting on an IC panel. And there might be more flexibility in getting that done, because the depth of the cases isn't there like it is for the medical reviews.
But all I hear from all our board members is we have too many cases, too many cases. Why are you wanting to add cases to board members?
We only have 3 board members doing ICs at any given time. But if we take these cases, that won't take as long, and it frees up the rest of the staff to continue doing their work. If we could take one day every 2 weeks, just one day, and run through 10 of these cases that the investigators say we don't have enough information. I mean, what's more?
It's an idea, it's an
It's
idea,
just an
it's an idea
for
to try
discussion.
and
Oh, and not bring them to the full board then for dismissal. You're
Right.
saying you don't want them to be.
Well,
I
it's-
think we have.
No,
it is
it's-
that.
they're already
Legislative.
brought. The staff conferences are already brought, but the staff has decided that we still have to read through them and decide whether we agree with them or whether they're gonna come back for review. But if you have a veterinarian already on there reviewing them, then we're pretty sure that those aren't gonna end up coming back again.
we've had some issues with, when we read through the staff dismissals, sometimes we agree and sometimes we don't. And I think it was a nice idea and it was well thought out when she presented it, but I'm not sure it has worked as well in practice. And so the idea was to assist Mr. Hargis in getting through the staff conference items in a timely fashion to potentially then free us up to go forward faster with the IC cases. And then once he has a legal backup, maybe they can then, we can handle it faster. But right now, we're making an attempt to help staff move through those medical cases faster. It's just an idea to help make it streamlined, if anyone else agreed with that. I mean, I'm happy to help assist if that's an issue.
But I think I don't understand the point because they still have to go under the whole board for approval, I believe.
Yeah.
So therefore, we all still have to be looking at them before the board. Having a
Yes.
veterinarian on them doesn't make me not look through them any.
Yes, but the
more.
staff is short-staffed right now. We're just offering to assist them in these cases.
Okay, well, that is.
Okay.
I'd also point out on the staff conferences that the veterinarian by statute has the ability to disagree with the staff and order it into an IC.
Right.
Which happens quite frequently. And so that if you did have another one, I would suggest that mirror the IC so they wouldn't get another chance
Right.
at a review. That makes sense.
And really, this is a conversation for Mr. Hargis probably to think about and to ponder what is most helpful for you in the long run in your legal division. What is most helpful and expedient for you to process the cases that have gone strictly to staff and don't necessarily have a medical angle to them? It's more of a record keeping issue. And so once you assess that, you can always bring that back to us and say that was a good idea or a bad idea, or I've got it covered. We're just offering that up to you as a potential for assistance.
I'll definitely take the assistance.
Yeah.
I will for taking that endeavor, find out this way to expediently resolve these cases.
Okay.
If that's what you're offering that's a suggestion, that that's the
Yeah.
route the best route to go to get these cases resolved, by all means, let's do it.
Does that need to be an action of the board to establish?
I don't think so. In your statute, it states that, the board may delegate to the committee of board staff the authority to discuss or enter into agreed settlements of complaints that do not require medical expertise. So it's always been the case that it's discretionary. You can have staff do it, you can do it yourselves, it doesn't require any action. The board try it for a little bit, you can back to staff. Both are possible.
Any further discussion on item number 7? Moving on to item number 8, discussion of possible board rule regarding titles of licensees, non-licensed employees, LVT, CBT, et cetera. Dr. White.
There are various titles that are being used, for those that are assisting veterinarians. And it can be confusing to the public, and these titles can range anywhere from, assistant to technician to nurse. And actually there was a push at one time to have vet techs called a nurse. We got a lot of pushback from the medical nursing community.
Human medical nursing community.
Human medicine side. And I'm not proposing that. So clarification and standardization of titles is important in delineating a person's training and which tasks can be assigned to certain veterinary professionals. And since the title of veterinary technician seems to be used for just about anyone that assists in a veterinary facility, it does not, in my opinion, adequately identify their role, their training, or their competency. And I feel it's important that the public be able to understand who they're dealing with and what credentials that person has. So I'd like to see some standardization of the titles used within the veterinary community to reduce the confusion. So I would like to propose that the board consider a rule modification to restrict the use of the title of veterinary technician with the post-nominal letters of LVT to licensed veterinary technicians, and the title of veterinary assistant with the post-nominal letters of CVA to those that have completed the TVMA certified veterinary assistant program or some similar credentialing program.
Is that a current rule or are you?
Sounds like we're sending it to the rules committee to create one.
Yes, my
We do
motion.
not have one, do
Can I
we?
make a motion?
Sorry.
As I was instructed, I, Michael White,
There you go.
move that the Rules Committee work on modification of the Board of Rules to restrict the use of the title of veterinary technician to licensed veterinary technician and the title of veterinary assistant to individuals that have completed the TVMA certified veterinary assistant program or a similar credentialing program.
Second,
Seconded, Stephen Allen, second.
So is that the rule that you just stated? You made a rule?
No, he would like us to, he wants us to make a rule encompassing all that language.
Okay,
Yeah.
do we,
I want
okay, so we just,
the Rules Committee.
Are moving it?
Yes.
Yeah.
okay. All in favor of the rules committee working on this motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Dr. White. Dr. Mixon, got it?
Got it. I wrote
On
the
your
whole thing
tab?
down really fast.
Okay, well, I'm sure you can get it.
You don't want to get the paper.
Thanks, Dr. White. Thank you. Any further discussion on item number 8? Thanks. Item number 9, statute of limitations regarding complaints. Dr. White.
Yes, at the time I placed this on the agenda, I had been asked when this changed from 4 years to 2 years. I recently found that information was in the latter part of 2017. So I really don't have anything else to ask.
Does anyone have any other questions about that? Okay, thank you. Moving on to item number 10, committee reports. Finance Committee, Dr. Skaggs is chairing that.
First off, I'd like to thank Victoria and Kel for their hard work on the committee so far. We've hit the ground running and are striving to make this committee active in suggestions and oversight. I'd also like to thank Ernie for his hard work. We've been bugging him with about 1 million questions over the past few weeks. We've met before this meeting and we'll meet again before every meeting coming up. We're still trying to gather some data to evaluate, especially on our computer software agreements and cost. But we do have a few suggestions that we would like the board to consider as a group. The first one is that the financial committee and the board needs to be more active in the budget process to help drive issues facing the board. We're in a position as board members to be in an aggressive and honest manner to let people know where we are lacking and request new allocations to meet those unique challenges facing this board, such as the difference in investigations and inspections and controlled drug issues. We're kind of unique in that respect that we have to cover all of those issues, which means we need more investigator staff to do that. So taking an honest look at that, I think we're in a good position to kind of drive that thought process. We also recommend more financial oversight by the entire board. We requested a financials director's report to be added to each agenda to provide budget analysis and financial report to keep us updated from meeting to meeting. I requested that report on this agenda today, but it was denied by the president. We also feel it's very important for the oversight and budget preparations to hear from the CFO, lead investigator, and staff attorney at each meeting. Again, this was requested on the agenda, but denied. The Finance Committee in our work have determined that there were a couple of Texas Department of Transportation airplanes used by the TVME staff. And the flights totaled about $7,700 will change in 2018 and 2020. And we would like to request that be considered to not happen again, because that would have funded about 15,000 miles of investigative travel at 85 cents per mile. We also feel the need is extremely important to hire an additional attorney to try to help Mr. Hargis. So we suggest using other platforms to try to recruit in other divisions of the employee populations to see if we can get an attorney hired. Number 6 there on your list is we all have concerns over the cost of $108,500 paid over the last 3 years to SHI Government Solutions for initial development, annual software updates, and maintenance of a system that does not appear to be functional. Again, we tried to get contract information on that, but weren't able to do that to know exactly what we were paying for. Number 7 is we feel there is also a need of a cost of living raise for the staff. No raises have been initiated by us since 2018. And the last thing that we drew a little bit of concern about is that we have concerns over the dual employment aspects of the agency. And it's kind of come to the this decision that there's no real guidance on dual employment, especially for the executive director. So the Finance Committee requests that we review, I thought originally the employee handbook, but come find out that it's going to be handled in a different avenue, maybe with the contract in the future. So we request that look at being changed so that the board has some oversight on those positions. And again, I'd like to thank my committee, and if there's any questions, we'll entertain those.
Questions?
What were the 2 flights for?
I've got that information. We'll want to get that from the Texas Department of Transportation. I think one of them was at a conference, at a controlled drug conference that I attended also up in Canyon, that some of the staff and executive director and the president, I think, flew up on. And then I'm not sure what the second one was. That was a very informative program, though. I don't, deny the need for that program. I did a very good job of presenting information to the staff, to members of the community about how to control, what to do with their controlled drugs, how to keep those in shape. And that's a very good program. Just a lot of expense was spent, and people that didn't do much work there.
So this was not commercial flight. This was
No, this
using
was
state.
highway department. From what I understand, they're highway department planes that can be requested.
You know how many people were on each flight?
There's 2 pilots. They require 2 pilots to overnight stay. My recollection at that board meeting, there were that I met at the conference, there were at least 4 and maybe more. So probably a total of 6. I'm not sure exactly. I would be speculating, but that's what I.
So does this number, the 775, is that
That's for 2 flights.
2 flights? But that doesn't include hotel?
No.
Per diem?
No.
Does that
Because
include
that
the
would
per
be-
diem for
that-
the 2 pilots?
Probably, but that doesn't, I mean, some of that would be incurred anyway, but depending on how they got there. But
Did you do a comparison of what it might have cost if they'd flown commercially?
Good question. I probably should have done that. It cost me to fly here from Amarillo, I think $330
Round trip?
round trip.
How long did it take you to get here?
Got here yesterday, lay over in Dallas. Depends on how fast you want to run between planes, but I'm not very fast anymore, so.
Mr. Hallenberg, are we scheduled for any fiscal audits from the state auditor's office, or was that kind of part of the sunset?
Yeah, the Sunset did do an audit in that. To answer Dr. White's question, the commercial flights that staff was scheduled on was canceled that day. We had to get a TechSouth flight within 2 hours to get us out, to get us to Canada.
But we do not. Are we allowed as a state agency to request a limited fiscal audit?
I believe you could.
From a personal perspective and as a business owner, I think state audits or fiscal audits are healthy to have, either on an annual or biennial basis. I just want to add, thank you, Dr. Skaggs, for your leadership. Thank you, Mr. Palacios, for answering all the questions that we had. I'm excited for the committee to continue working.
In conclusion, I'd like to make a request for our next agenda items. Maybe several, none of my agenda items made it this time, but I'd like to request.
Dr. Scott, sorry, if you could make that request closer to 17 might be more appropriate.
Sounds good, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, item B, Rules Committee, Dr. Mixon.
Rules Committee, my favorite. Okay,
That's good, because
that's my favorite. All right, so we addressed as a Rules Committee 573.27 and 573.52. 573.27 was a very small rule. And it was limited. It said licensees shall conduct their practice with honesty, integrity, and fair dealing. And we added the phrase shall conduct authorized and necessary medical procedures with honesty, integrity, and fair dealing in their practice of veterinary medicine. And we did that to help clarify for veterinarians that we want to make sure that every single procedure conducted on an animal, no matter how minor it appears or how major it is, must have the authorized consent of the owner. And that is why we added that statement to that rule to be up for public comment and for the stakeholders to examine. 573.52 is the medical record keeping rule. There's been a lot of controversy about that rule. One of my main reasons for wanting to be on the board and then wanting to be on the Rules Committee was because it appears that most of our laws were written in legalese language, and it was very hard for veterinarians to read the rules and understand exactly where their responsibilities lay. So due to all the controversy last time with our attempts to modify the existing rule, we went back to the drawing board and just took that whole rule away. And I found a very similar rule, and we added Texas-specific language to it. But it's extremely readable. It's user-friendly. It's user-friendly for the veterinarian. It encompasses all of the requirements for medical records, and we are going to present that to the public and to stakeholders for comment.
We need a motion.
Yeah, did you want to handle that with the next agenda item?
Oh, yeah, with the next, yeah, I was just giving a brief discussion as to why, what we had done, what we had worked on. And I'm really hoping that everyone likes the new medical records rule. They weren't very happy with our last redo, so we worked really hard on this one, so hopefully it's a win-win. We shall see, hopefully it's a win-win.
We'll get those.
Okay, any-
works for the next meeting.
Yeah, I sent these to the, these rules should have been on the agenda. They were included in my request for the agenda items, so they should be on the agenda.
Another copy of them.
They're not a copy that was put on the agenda because it was sent 4 weeks ago.
It is on the agenda.
Is it on the agenda? Can you see my rules, Helen?
Yes, and it's also in the board.
Thank you. So Helen can see my rules?
They're in the board book.
Yay. They're in the- Okay.
What page?
It's page 19 of 241, formed by the PDF. I don't think they're grades yet.
There should be bookmarkers on the side that take you directly to the page under the agenda item number.
So then the only, and then the rules committee just received a charge with a new rule regarding
Yes.
licensed people's titles.
Yes.
Correct, okay. And
Correct.
not licensed and all that. Okay, wonderful. Any other questions about item 10 for the finance or rules committee? Okay. Item 11, discussion, recommendation, and possible action regarding proposed rule changes to be published in the Texas Register. So we almost kind of discussed that before, but I guess we need to move to post then.
Yeah, so someone wants to make a motion and if you could kindly add, if you want to boost them with the provision for legal review and any adjustment necessary
Okay.
in your motion. If you could include that.
All right, Helen, ready? You can help me with this.
Yes.
All right, okay, I, Dr. Samantha Mixon, move to approve, move to approve publishing and what?
Publishing for public.
Publishing
For
for
public comment
public comment and
in the Texas Register.
in the Texas Register,
State the rule number and
573.27.
then the title.
Licensees shall conduct, authorize, and necessary medical procedures with honesty, integrity, and fair dealing in their practice of veterinary medicine. That's the title, Helen, I'm sorry.
Okay,
The
no,
whole
that's fine.
rule, we don't actually have, yeah, that's no title for that one. And then 573.52, medical record keeping,
Veterinary patient record.
veterinary patient record keeping.
And that number is
573.52,
also for publication.
also for publication
In the
Texas Register,
And subject to legal review.
and subject to legal review.
Can I hear a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
I enjoy watching Helen.
Madam President, I'd like to move that we have a recess for 15 minutes,
Bio break,
a bio, or lunch or something. I need to,
15 minutes.
30 minutes.
Do lunch? No, we need to, it's.
Okay.
I move that we recess
For lunch.
45 minutes, 30 minutes.
How long you want to move it?
45 minutes.
So I have a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
It is 12:15. We will be at 1 o'clock. Good, okay. It is 1:09. We are back from our lunch break. We will be moving on, I believe, to item number 12, consideration and approval of agreed orders.
Had a request to remove for full C19-208. And that's. Are there any others?
There's two, CP19-401.
Okay, CP19-401 also, has been requested on full. And is there any others?
They're not on this one, I don't think.
Is this on same cases or?
These are item 12. For item 12, do you have any others? Yeah. No,
Anyone have any against this control?
Is there anyone anybody else wants to pull any other cases? Of the two evidences?
on other sections or just on?
Just
that
on
one
this
so far?
part.
Okay.
19174.
Wait, where was that one?
At the very top, read.
Oh, I see.
We're still on.
Okay, cool.
So then I forget, we move on to all through all of them and pull any, and then we go back. Yeah. Yeah, let's go ahead and continue through to item 13. Are there any pulled cases from item 13? Consideration approval of cases recommended for by I. So hearing none pulled, can I have a motion to approve item number 13?
Motion?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, item number 14, consideration and approval of cases recommended for dismissal by medical review. I'm aware that there are 2 pulls, I believe, under that have been pre-reported. Are there others that have not been pre-reported?
I submitted 5.
The ones that I have listed full is CP20 1-107, CP20-190, CP21-141, CP21-218, CP21-342, CP21-407.
Are there any additional cases that we would need pulled on item number 14?
No, but I have recusals.
21141.
Hold on.
That's why I mentioned that one.
Okay, sorry. How about 21148?
Any other problems or issues with number 14?
I was just going to put my recusals
Yes.
in. If you're ready, CP 21077 recuse, CP 21078 recuse, CP 22060 recuse, CP 22077 recuse, CP 22078 recuse, CP 22079 recuse, CP 22080 recuse.
Just to make sure, slowly.
Okay. CP 21077 078. Two two oh 60, 22077, 22078, 22079, and 22080. And not for each.
Okay.
And item number 15, are there any, consideration for both cases recommended for dismissal by staff? Are there any old cases there? We have a motion to approve item number 15.
I move that we approve item 15.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Moved by, I forgot the last two ones moved. This one was moved by Victoria and seconded by
Claire.
and the other one, did we get that for the recording?
It was, we didn't do 14 first, because for you and Claire, we didn't do 12.
Okay.
All right.
Patricia just got it, but still for audio purposes.
Yeah.
Also, I want to make board members aware that during the break, we were able to get a written public comment from Mrs. Rivas Lumbreras that we were trying to get verbally, but she sent it to Patricia and Patricia has forwarded it to all of our emails on her public comment. Okay, so I think we need a motion to go into executive session to discuss the old cases, I believe, out of those sections.
Michael White, we go into executive session.
Second.
Second, Keith Pardue. Oh,
Pursuant to, right?
Yes, for legal advice. So legal.
yes. I don't have to do that.
I'm in my second, you amend your first.
I do, I'm in my first, yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. It is now 1:16. We will be going back into executive session for discussion of It is 1:55. We are back from executive session. No decisions were made in executive session. We will now backtrack and proceed with item number 12. Item 12.
CP 1917.
Okay, so we need a motion to approve CP 19174.
Move.
Is there?
Michael White, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Next one is CP 19208.
I move we.
Second. Reiner and Mixon, first and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
The next one, CP 19401.
Move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And I think when we pulled these, we failed to approve the whole rest of 12. So now I would like a motion to approve item number 12.
Move to approve 12.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. We've already approved 13. We're on to item number 14. We are there.
CP 20-107.
I have a motion to approve. I have a motion to go back to IC.
Move to go back to IC.
White, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Next one is CP 20-190.
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Go back to the IC.
No,
No,
that was approved.
To clear. Hold on, yeah.
CP 21-141.
I move we pull that for.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Next one is CP 21-148.
I move we pull that for phone conference.
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Next one is CP 21-218.
Good.
I will entertain a motion for whatever we're doing. Hold it.
I'll move that we accept it.
Second to approve.
Approved. Yeah.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Next one is CP 21-342.
Move we pull from phone conference.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next
Any
one-
opposed? Sorry,
Go ahead.
that was slow. I was taking a note. Okay, sorry.
CP 21-407.
I move we pull from phone conference.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I don't have any other. 14, yes, I was just making sure there weren't any, he didn't have any other poll that I missed.
That was all.
Okay,
That's all.
and now we need to approve the rest of the cases for item 14. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Cardo's,
Second.
second by Kreiner, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. We are now on to item 17, discussion of possible agenda items and dates for future board meetings. I think Dr. Skaggs has some commentary for future board agenda items, or someone did.
Thank you, Dr. Quillen. I would like to request that we get reports from the CFO, legal investigator, and staff attorney at each meeting individually. By them individually, as a group, instead of just under the executive director's report.
CFO investigator, anything else?
Lead investigator, staff attorney.
Madam Chair, I'd like to request that we have an agenda item to specifically look at the possible creation of a bylaws and policies committee to review current policies of the board as well as the potential of adopting bylaws. Kind of my look at where we're at in terms of what are the policies of the board, how do we operate? I think we could very much benefit from having a formal structure of bylaws. Now, we've kind of talked with council in terms of does that need to be board action versus not? So I think because there are a lot of parameters that would come with that, I think we would benefit from a committee. It could be the rules committee or it could be something else. But I'd like to see that because I think it would also help with kind of how do we develop an agenda? What gets placed on the agenda? What does that look like to provide us a little bit more structure? Also in terms of what does the balance look like in terms of policies and directives between board responsibilities versus executive director responsibilities? So an agenda item there. I also would like to see us continue to have meeting minutes, written meeting minutes. I do understand that a recording of the meeting is compliant with state law. However, I don't feel that it is as transparent as it should be for the public. I think there's ways that we can accomplish kind of both in terms of staff time and dedication, but I think I'd like to continue to see meeting minutes be placed. I also would like to see us potentially consider meeting more frequently. I think that we have a lot on our plate right now in terms of agency operations. I don't believe that we need to meet in person per se. We could do a Zoom meeting.
All of these could be.
But I think either bi-monthly, let's get the agreed orders out, let's get these ICs taken care of. Breathe. But I'd like to see us kind of get to a point where we are a little bit more stable in terms of our numbers and in terms of our management.
We'll also table the motion today for the strategic planning. I'd like to put that on the agenda for next time as well. Table it again at that time, but I'd like us to discuss it.
Currently, I believe our next meeting is scheduled for July.
Yes, and I have a conflict. I asked for that to be resolved by email about 2 months ago and I was applied to, so I need to get that rescheduled.
I think if we have a majority, we probably would keep the date, just like Ms. Olivier got a conflict today, but
I'd like us to request that we actually meet early June. I think we'll have ICs taken care of in May, in early June, even if it's on Zoom, could help us continue to progress. But I do think we have issues before the board that we need to address.
I think it'd be good if we meet in person several times a year. I do agree with Zoom is a much more efficient, cost-effective way for us to handle some issues without spending, budget funds to get us all here to do that. Right, we can still have community access and interaction. So
Is there a date proposed? Usually we do that when we're in our meeting. Like if there's
For a June meeting?
The 7th,
we're in ICs the 7th and 8th.
so then
Someone
that
is-
next
I am in
Tuesday,
someone else.
the 14th.
How about the 13th or
I can do the 13th, it's open for me right now. In person.
in
Well,
person?
all of our meetings now going forward can be either. You can stay home and do it from,
Let's do next.
So-
Zoom.
Well, my question is, because this happened in one of the other meetings, someone was on Zoom, but they could not vote on.
because I think
I didn't
those,
notice.
they were on because of an last minute and it hadn't been posted as a combo. These are all meetings going forward are posted, should be posted as
It's
combo.
and that will allow whoever is on Zoom to
And whoever maybe
participate
can't,
100%.
Doesn't have the time to travel in can maybe participate.
And I also would like to see continuing the ability of public comment by Zoom, same rules here, 3 minutes, but I appreciate that today. Thank you for allowing that.
Did y'all settle on a date that you wanted to try?
June
Or should we go
13th
with
is a
Saturday?
Monday, will that work for you? Far enough ahead, there shouldn't be anything.
Mr. Malzios?
Be aware that, we're supposed to move on June 10th.
Oh, geez. No, that's why we picked it.
Oh, what's
Thank
one-
you,
what's one?
Ernie.
Moving.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. I suggest we
Yeah,
not do
moving
that.
tables or chairs.
I suggest this time we leave the same time frame and then go from there once we're
Maybe
moving.
later in the month.
Revisit that in July, maybe.
That's what I would
Another,
suggest.
another option would be to come in May,
Can we not do it that?
And I can't,
or we could do it by Zoom.
Well, I mean, like I said, all our meetings now can be
oh,
Zoom.
Members, can we potentially look at June 21st? I'm
We
getting,
have ICs June 21st and 2nd.
well,
And we plan these.
okay, then the 20th. I mean, we
We
would
can't
have
do it on the
to.
20th, it's a holiday.
So can we do it, if we do it by Zoom, is the 13th still out? I mean, they'll be moving, but we're gonna be handling.
They need to be in the meeting, no? This is a.
But you're moving the 10th.
One day, you're moving in 3 hours.
I don't envision a long meeting, but I envision, the Zoom, I would like to see us push through, and not,
Get some medical reviews done, get some formal conferences approved, so that we're not 3 years out.
I know y'all are moving, I know we're moving, but y'all are doing the work. I'm good with the Zoom on the 13th, and we can limit it to 1 or 2 topics, which could keep it short.
yeah, I don't envision that we need to have a full-blown, like, a rules committee update and those things like that, but some of these administrative things that we have to do as a board, we could meet more frequently and get those out.
It's a good idea.
Is it feasible for staff on the 13th? Ernie, is it feasible for staff on the 13th or no? Just yes or no, and then I'll,
I mean,
no?
for CFO, yes, but I mean, I don't have bulk of the workload that would be discussed. I mean, it would be up to John.
Are you talking about May 3rd? What?
June 13th.
June.
I guess kind of getting back to some of the dates that were thrown out, if you want the Word documents like 2 to 3 weeks in advance, agenda. And we're kind of cutting into some of the May ICs that you actually want on the agenda. And so I think some of the typical 3-month quarterly board meetings exist kind of for a practicality reason as well. So I don't know that you'd actually be getting as many things on your agenda to deal with as you would want.
Right, that's why I said if we did it on Zoom, we could make it a limited agenda, not include any of the IC material because they're not gonna have time to finish it. And that way we can address the 1 or 2 things that Ms. Whitehead or Dr. Skaggs would like to address that have nothing to do with everything else, just a limited.
Yeah, and I think if-
Open board.
If you're looking at not including some of the more labor intensive document pools, that type of stuff, it is definitely.
Like getting caught on some of our medical reviews that may be turned in that we need to evaluate.
But those are
Well, no, but
documents that
those-
you're gonna have to require, you know, you guys want the documents 2 weeks ahead of time, so you have time to review them, which means that
No.
shortens.
I'm saying not do medical reviews on that meeting, it's a short date. They're gonna be doing ICs, they won't have time to put all the documents together for the meeting in June. And we can still have the July meeting, where we deal with those documents in regular order.
My argument was, my thought process was, well, maybe short this first meeting, we get into that routine, and we know we're gonna get ahead, instead of waiting 2 years to get this medical review done, it's gonna come up twice as fast. I mean, so like, we may only have this first time a half dozen, but if we're doing it by Zoom, it'll take 3 minutes, and we've got those under our belt, then the next time we may have 50, or the next time we may have more, because they're gonna be prepared to know that, hey, this time, we're gonna have more, we're gonna be doing this then and then, was what my thought process, but it may be wrong, I may.
That's kind of where I was going with it, and I think as we go forward, how we schedule ICs can also kind of come into play there too.
Well, we have to get started somewhere, so might as well get started here, see how it works out.
I'd like to move that we meet on June 13th.
Via Zoom,
Is that, do we have to move that? That's not.
No, it's just kind of a discussion, and then we have to just post it and follow up with email or whatever.
And I'm sorry, I forgot one more agenda item. Is it possible, maybe reconsider moving back to the former agenda item?
I think they're on the same.
Oh, they're the same one?
agenda item.
Okay.
Yes.
I'd like to also propose, that the board adopt and look at a social media policy. I'd like to see our social media be a little bit more transparent in terms of board meetings, but also, there are other state agencies that have policies in place, that help kind of manage the social media aspect. But I think, while I understand that might be something the executive director could do, because it involves public comment and different things, I'd like the board to consider that as an actionable item.
I would still like to address the July date, because I had sent an email back a month and a half ago, and I was assured it would be discussed. We can discuss the July date, because I have a child conflict, collegial conflict that I have to do. And I asked, and I was told it would be addressed at the next meeting and not dismissed. Okay. So
What is our July date?
what dates do you have available?
it's currently the 19th. I'm available on the 12th or the 5th of July.
I can't, oh, I'm on June, sorry.
I'm gonna be gone the 19th as well.
I'm good for the 5th or the 12th.
I can do either the 5th or the 12th, but I have a 12th college
College
day.
better because of course it's a holiday,
Okay.
not that I plan.
What days is the state closed only Monday?
I think I have a conflict on the
That's a holiday, don't you say.
July
And we have
12th.
ICs the 7th and 8th, supposedly right now.
Will the 12th work for the majority?
Will be better.
I'm good for the 12th.
Okay, so moving it from the 19th to the 12th.
Yes. Thank you.
Now you will anticipate being here in person.
Either way, it's open both ways. As many board members who want to participate in Zoom and as many who want to come in person, that's their choice. And also public commenters and all of that have the option of coming or staying. Wide open. Okay, any further adds to next agenda items? Okay, I think we had already decide what we've done, so it is 2:14. Yep.
Yeah, so if the rules committee looks at the titles issue, will they bring that back to the board? Will that be on the agenda?
Yes, that will be automatically on the agenda because you asked for it to be done, so that'll automatically be on the July. Automatically on the July agenda will be the rule you asked for.
Vixen's gonna keep track of it.
Absolutely, it is done. I will get that done.
So may I have a motion?
I move that we adjourn, Madam Chair.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It is 2:15 and our meeting is now.